We are missing Avery Vasco from Cambridge, Ohio. Exhibitor 8012, you are needed in the holding ring at this time. We are going to make that last and final call. Exhibitors, keep in mind, we will not hold up the classes if you are not in the holding ring. We are missing Avery Vasco from Cambridge, Ohio. We're getting ready to take that first class in the ring at this time. While we are waiting on this first class, we'll make the first call for class number 2, Whiteface crossbred ewe lambs weighing 133 to 149 pounds to the holding ring. First call for class 2, Whiteface commercial ewe lambs weighing 133 to 149 pounds to the holding ring. We are now showing class 1 Whiteface commercial ewes weighing 100 pounds to 132 pounds. At this time, we would like to welcome our commercial ewe lamb judge for the day, Mr. Mike Stitzline from Ashland, Ohio. He's an Ohio State graduate in animal science. He's a member of the Animal Science Hall of Fame. Mike has around 300 weather dam ewes. If you would, let's welcome our judge today, Mike Stitzline, with a big round of applause. If you would, let's put our hands together as they dismiss those lambs on the rail. Going to make that second call for Whiteface crossbred commercial ewe lambs weighing 133 to 149 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 2, Whiteface commercial ewes weighing 135 to 149 pounds to the holding ring. We are going to make the last call for class number 2, Whiteface commercial ewe lambs, weighing 133 to 149 pounds to the holding ring at this time. Final call for class 2, commercial ewe lambs weighing 133 to 149 pounds to the ring at this time.
Well, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and sort through the ewes today, and we'll probably get a little bit quicker as I go on. It's trying to get your bearings in here in a Whiteface cross class. Maybe it's a little more difficult. A lot of differences in this early class of lightweights of condition and scale of what they maybe end up maturity-wise. But I think when I saw the one or two that I really liked, I didn't pull them right away, but I knew they were going to be at the top end of this group. As we come out here and we see the first ewe that starts off the class with, I think she's just a really, really good built one. When you put her into motion, she moves out correctly and gets out on all four corners. She's really trim. She's probably one of the leanest and most heavy muscled sheep that we had in this first class. I really appreciate the extension she has, the extra upfrontedness when she gets out on the go. Young man just was a little bit frustrated, I think, but you just let that ewe stand. She looks really good just standing there. So there's no need to keep trying to drive her and work her over just a little bit. She looks really good just standing there and relaxing, but that's a ewe that just puts everything together that I'm looking for. You get behind her, she wedges right. She's really attractive on the profile, but she really excels when you get your hands on her and just stand in behind her and read her for pure muscle and leanness. That sheep is a really good one to start off with. Then as we get on down through, I think the next logical thing for me to do is step in behind this one that comes in second. I think that's another really wedge-shaped sheep, just super attractive on the profile, really balances well from a profile, but also she balances well when you step in behind her. She's one of the wider pinned ones out here. She's really elevated. She doesn't quite as expressive in her muscle. I think that's okay. It's a ewe lamb out here. But as comparing her to the first one, I'd just like to see her have just a bit more shape as she comes out of the back of her shoulder and as she carries that muscle on back through. I really appreciate her again when she gets out on the move. She's super stout and super clean in the way she's built and puts together a really good movement when she gets out on the move. The one that comes in there in third probably doesn't balance up quite as well. She gets maybe just a little plainer through her chest and front end comparative. Now that's being critical because that's an awfully nice ewe. She doesn't square quite as well when you get in behind her. She doesn't widen out from front to rear quite as much. So I wish she had a little more wedge shape to her from behind and from the side to get her to balance up just a little bit better like the first two that we started with. The one that comes in here in fourth, I kind of debated about maybe moving her up even a spot. That's a really cool built sheep. She's very, very raw today. I wish she had a little more on her. It's a little hard to read. Is she wide enough ribbed? I guess for me today, when I stand in behind her, I wish she was a little more opened up through her forerib, and she really excels up through her front end in this class, though. She's super tall fronted. She gets out and moves. She's really, really square in her pin shape. When she sets them down behind, I really like the way she goes away from me. She gets wide tracking. She's just a really good built one. I wish there was a little more of her today comparative to those first 3 sheep in that class. The one that comes in here in 5th, a sheep that you really have to appreciate when you step in behind her. That's a really expressive, really heavy muscled. I wish she balanced up quite as well from behind as what those first 4 individuals. She gets just a little plainer shouldered, a little more down fronted, a little more open in her blade comparative to those first 4. But again, super expressive, really square, really neat one to see out here as far as muscle shape. Congratulations.
If you would, please bring that class 2 Whiteface commercial crossbreds to the ring at this time. These are ewe lambs weighing 133 to 149 pounds. We're now showing Class 2 Whiteface commercial ewe lambs. Commercial ewe lamb exhibitors, if you are first and second in Class 1, 2, or 3, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion commercial ewe lamb at the conclusion of Class 3. Going to make that first call For Class 3 Whiteface commercial ewe lambs weighing 150 to 120 or to 220 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 3 Whiteface commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring. Going to make that second call for Class 3 Whiteface commercial ewe lambs weighing 150 to 220 pounds. Our results of Class number 1, ewe lambs weighing 100 to 132 pounds. 10th place goes to August Smith, Chickasha, Oklahoma. 9th, Taylor Stewart, Lutz, Florida. 8th, Nathan Workman, Springfield, Ohio. 7th, Maddox Thompson, Frankfort, Indiana. 6th, Aubrey Holwather, Escalon, California. 5th, Kate Stewart, Charlotte, Michigan. 4th, Alyssa Honeycutt, Hartville, Ohio. 3rd, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. 2nd, Ty Jones, Winnebago, Kansas. And our class winner goes to Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Whiteface Cross commercial exhibitors. If you have a first, second, or third, we will need those first 3 in each class to come back to our champion drive. If you are first, second, or third, we will need those lambs to come back for our champion Whiteface commercial drive at the conclusion of Class 3. Going to make that last call for class number 3, Whiteface crossbred ewe lambs weighing 150 to 220 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Last call for class number 3, Whiteface commercial ewes weighing 150 to 220 pounds to the holding ring at this time.
Well, what a class of ewe lambs to sort through already in this early in the show. I think these top 2 or 3 are just good. I think there's one that excels those We got a halter on her, got her to move. She wasn't sure she wanted to go around the ring. But once you get her out here and get her moving, you can really see that one's the one that I just fell in love with when I got on top of her and stood in behind her, got off the side when she was set up. She looks the part. She handles the part even exceptionally well. She wedges from front to rear, gets really square in her upper hip, but still has all that shape that you're looking for in a female, and just excels the class as far as the way her shoulders tucked in, her chest floor lays in good. She balances super good from the profile standpoint. That's a really nice one to start off with. The one that comes in second, I guess for me, probably not quite, I mean, being very, very picky now. Not quite as tucked up in her chest. She's super tall fronted, but I'd like to see her just get her chest plate set up in her just a little bit better. She get in behind her. She's very shapely. She's, again, one of the leaner sheep out here, very expressive in her muscle, but yet very feminine in her overall profile and the way she gets about the ring. You just got to love her the way she holds together and just keeps her lines very, very true. When the one that comes in here in third, I think she's also very similar. All three of these sheep are really, really close as far as their build, their design, the way they come out of their front ends. We get in behind this one, I guess for me, she's the one that doesn't quite have as much to her. When you step in behind, she's not quite as wide from side to side. She still has plenty of volume to her. She still has plenty of shape, and again, very, very lean. So that's a sheep that you really have to appreciate for having that kind of leanness, that kind of elevation in her front end. You'll love her when she gets out on the move also. The one that comes in here in fourth, I thought I might have her up a spot or two, but I get to reading her. She's starting to get a little mature, a little plainer in her chest and front end comparative. And when I step in behind her, she doesn't balance up quite as well. She gets a little bolder through her forerib and into her shoulder. That comes along with a ewe that's probably getting a little age and time on her, wants to go into the flock and be a mama. But that's an awfully good built one. She's super opened up in her hip, goes to the ground with a lot of base width. The one that comes in here in fifth, I guess for me, when I step in behind her is where it kind of hurts her a little bit. She's not as opened up in her upper hip. I love her through her forerib, her front end. She's not as tall a fronted on the go as a couple of the others, but she's super shapely in her top line. You have to love her when you get in behind her in their overall shape. I wish I could open her up in her upper hip. I wish I could jack her up in her front end just a slight bit to match up with those four that stood right ahead of her. Congratulations.
We are now bringing in Class 3 Whiteface commercial ewe lambs weighing 150 to 220 pounds. I'm going to make that first call for that champion drive at the conclusion of this class. We will need the first, second, and third place lambs from Class 1 and 2. First in Class 1 went to Wyatt Nixon, second to Ty Jones, third to Wyatt Nixon. We will need those three lambs for the champion drive at the conclusion of this class. Our first place from Class 2 is Emery Yoho from Kansas. Second goes to Cagney Craft, Ohio. And third goes to Ashpen Krebaheny from Ohio. We'll need those 6 lambs for our champion drive at the conclusion of Class 3. Our results of class number 2. 10th goes to Easton Satter, Ohio. 9th, Bryn Shear, Ohio. 8th, Addison Comstock, Ohio. 7th, Riley Silkworth, Florida. 6th, Delaney Dute, Ohio. 5th, Carson Newrup, Ohio. 4th, Izzy Heisendorfer, Iowa. 3rd, Aspen Krebhenny, Ohio. 2nd goes to Cagney Craft, Fort Recovery, Ohio. And our class winner goes to Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas. Going to make that first call for those first, second, and thirds from class 1 and 2 for our champion drive at the conclusion of class 3. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's put our hands together and show our appreciation to the young people on the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. Going to make that second call for those lambs that were first through third in class 1 and 2. Second call for those lambs placing first through third in the Whiteface cross divisions, placing 1 through third. Going to make that first call for class 4 Blackface commercial ewe lambs, weighing 93 to 120 pounds at this time. We will select our first through 5 Whiteface commercial ewes at the conclusion of class 3. Going to make that final call for the 6 lambs we need for our champion Whiteface cross division. We need first through third in class 1 and 2. We need first from class 1, Wyatt Nixon. Second, Ty Jones. Third, Wyatt Nixon. In our class 2, we need our first place, Emery Yoho from Kansas. Cagney Craft from Ohio, and Aspen Kreberhenny from Ohio. If those 6 lambs are not in the holding ring, you need to be on your way to the holding ring at this time. We're also going to make that first call for class 4 Blackface commercial ewe lambs weighing 93 to 120 pounds to the RSG holding ring at this time. First call, class 4 Blackface commercial ewe lambs weighing 93 to 120 pounds to the holding ring at this time.
Another really, really good group of females out here to work through, and some differences in kind, maybe in condition, I guess, is the way they're presented today. But you have to try to read through those. As one that just really hit me hard when she came in the ring. I guess for me, when she's on the go, this one just excels the group, and when she gets on the stick, and you got a little guy on her, right? He's not trying to overshow her, but that one just balances so good. Get behind her, she balances up really good. She's got plenty of muscle in her. She's opened up, but she's not fat. She's not overdone at this stage of the game.
Wyatt
she still
Nixon,
keeps her
we need
chest up in her.
Place
You really have to appreciate.
Wyatt Nixon, we need your third place lamb from Class 1.
You really have to appreciate her for that. She balances so good, so sound when she gets out on the move. If I was being critical, and I think a little bit of it's when the young man pulls her head and gets her out on the go, she wants to open her blade just slightly because she has her head down instead of up just a little bit higher. But I think that one's an awfully good put together individual. One that you really like to have at home and put her into the flock. The one that comes in second there, I guess for me, she's a little bit round when I set her into motion. She's better on the stick. She's shapely. She touches good. She's really a balanced up individual. I guess for me, I'd like to see her just open and square just a little bit, being very critical out through her dock compared to the one we started with. She's got tons of muscle in her. You have to appreciate that about her. Touch is really good. I wish, like I said, that she just squared up a little bit better. And when she gets out on the go, she gets it just a little bit rounder off of both ends comparative to the one we chose to start with. The one that comes in third, I think she's probably more designed like the one we chose to start with. She is really raw. That one's just very green. She's super extended, though. She's very shapely for one that's this raw. She's really square in her upper hip. She goes about the ring really elegant. You like that about her. I just wish there was more of her to compare her to my top two to know, is she going to get enough forerib? Is she opened up quite enough to compare to those top two? Today, I wish she had a little bit more. The one that comes in third, probably the one that when you set her into motion, I'd like to change her up through her front end a little bit more than some of the others standing on either side of her. She's not as elevated, but boy, that one's really put together well. Got a lot of shape, a ton of volume of muscle. Still structurally sound when you get her out on the go. I just wish I could pick her up in that front end, maybe square her up out through her dock just slightly comparative to those top three. When we get into the one here in fifth, that one's probably not presented, and I know you didn't mean for her to get nipped up like that all over, but that one's a really good individual. When you get up on her, she squares up, and she's as big a back as anything. I wish she had as much base width going at the ground as the four standing in front of her, but she's very similar as far as the elevation and the extension. When you get her off on the profile, she balances tremendously well. That's an awfully nice one to go into fifth hole. Congratulations.
At this time, we will be selecting our champion and reserve Whiteface commercial ewe lamb. In Class 1, our first place representative comes from Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. Again, our first place representative from Class 1 goes to Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. Our class winner from Class number 2 goes to Emory Yoho, Kansas. And our class winner from Class 3 goes to Camden Asmus, Michigan. Our second place representative from Class 1 comes from Ty Jones, Kansas. Our second place representative from Class 2 comes from Cagney Craft, Ohio. Our second place representative from Class 3 comes from Thomas Thompson, Indiana. Our third place representative in Class 1 comes from Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. Our third place representative, Class 3, comes from Aspen, Creberhenny, Ohio. And our third place representative from Class 3 comes from Caden, Asmus, Michigan. At this time, we are picking our champion and reserve champion and third through 5 for our Whiteface cross division. Going to make that second call for Class 4 Blackface crossbred ewe lambs weighing 93 to 120 pounds. Final call for Class 4 Blackface commercial ewe lambs weighing 93 to 120 pounds. Our results of Class 3 Whiteface commercial ewes. 10th, Corbin Reppy, Wisconsin. 9th, Aubrey Brandt, Wisconsin. 8th, Tana Kern, Nevada. 7th, Macy Beamer, Virginia. 6th, Laney Pop, Wisconsin. 5th, Shaylee Crouch, Illinois. 4th, Jacob Thompson, Indiana. 3rd, Caden Asmus, Michigan. 2nd goes to Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. And our class winner from Class 3 goes to Caden Asmus, Michigan. We are now selecting our 1st through 5th overall Whiteface commercial ewe lamb.
Well, first off, I hope you'll join me in giving all these young people, not just the ones that are out here, but the ones that came out and competed in the Whiteface cross class, a big round of applause for coming out and bringing out such a good set of females for us. As we get out here and study them, I think it's just really small things that make the difference, and I guess in any one day, somebody might sort them just a bit different, but I would hope that they would have all these good put together individuals this high in the class. Maybe you don't start with them every day, but they're all really, really good individuals. Personal preference plays a little bit into this when you get at this level. Things that I like to see, just complete individuals that put really just a tremendous amount of look and balance in a female. Structure is good. Those are the things that I really appreciate in a good female. When I get out here, muscle is a role, but I don't think we need to make these market lambs with female parts. I think they need to be females first, and then they need to go ahead and produce market lambs for us. These are the kind of females we like to see. I'd love to take these all home. Congratulations to these young people for bringing out such a nice set. We'll go out and pick our champion in reserve in the top 5 out of this. But again, let's put our hands together for all these young people.
If you would, let's bring that next class of Blackface commercial ewe lambs to the ring at this time. These ewes weigh 93 to 120 pounds. We are now showing Class 4 Blackface commercial ewes. In our Whiteface division, our champion overall comes from Caden Asmus, Michigan. Our reserve champion Whiteface Cross comes from Emory Yoho, Kansas. Third overall comes from Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. Fourth overall Whiteface Crossbred ewe lamb comes from Ty Jones, Kansas. And our 5th place overall Whiteface commercial ewe comes from Cagney Craft, Ohio. We are now showing Class 4 crossbred commercial ewes weighing 93 to 120 pounds. going to make that first call for Class 5 Blackface commercial ewes to the holding ring. Lambs weighing 121 to 126 pounds. First call, Class 5 to the RSG holding ring. Those Whiteface commercial ewe lamb exhibitors that were fifth, 1 through 5 overall. You will need to have those top 5 placing ewes ready at the conclusion of Class 18 for our grand champion overall drive. We will bring 1 through 5 back for our selection for our grand and reserve overall, and 3 through 5. Young ladies, if you are missing a ring, we have had a ring returned at the announcer's table. If you are missing a ring, we have had a ring turned in at the announcer's table. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people along the rail as we dismiss those lambs from the ring. Second call for Class 5 Blackface commercial ewe lambs weighing 121 to 126 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 5 Blackface commercial ewe lambs weighing 121 to 126 pounds to the holding ring. Going to make that final call for class number 5, Blackface crossbred ewes weighing 121 to 126 pounds to the RSG holding ring at this time. Final call, class 5, ewe lambs weighing 121 to 126 pounds to the ring at this time.
Again, as we get into these lighter weights, I think it's a little difficult to see where we want to end up with them. For me, when there was one that struck me really hard when she hit the ring, and I think she's the easy one to find to the top of this class as far as one that just tremendously well balanced from the profile. You get behind her, she's as wide and square as anything out through her dock and still carries that shape. She's just super, super clean up through her front end. She's not the tallest front end, but she's plenty good up through her front end and plenty shallow for me. I don't need them any shallower than this. Super good when she gets out on the move, just really holds her lines very, very true. The one that comes in there in second, I guess for me, the second and third were a little close. There's some differences in them. I like the leanness of the one that comes into second. I think she takes a little bit longer stride. These blue sheep are a little bit tougher to see from a distance, I guess for me. When I get them out here and I get off of them, it's a little harder. When you get up on them, there's a different picture. Some of these sheep don't show as much mass as you really get when you get up on them. But I think this one, when she gets out on the go, is where she excels. The one that comes in third, she's a little taller fronted. She takes a little longer stride. Other than that, those two sheep are very, very close. They're almost identical in their other traits for me. So I guess for me, when I set them into motion, that's the sort in those two. Now, the one that comes in third there, like I said, just gets a little bit more down in her front end. She takes a little choppier stride. I'd like to see her just get out and go a little easier. She's actually a little heavier condition comparative. I don't think she's fat at all, but I think she has a little more condition, which tells me she's probably a little more mature. She's a little bit plainer in her chest at times when she gets out here on the profile and she gets on the stick. The one that comes in here in fourth, I guess for me, there's times when I really just fall in love with her, and then there's times that she kind of wants to get a little coarser in her shoulder. She's not quite as neat in the way she ties together down her top line. Super, super square. She's really hard. She's very, very lean over her rib, and I think that little bit of extra condition would actually smooth her up. I don't mean that should be what we should do with them, but I really like the balance of her at times on the profile. But then when I get in behind her, she falls a little short comparative. She gets a little bolder in her shoulder. She's plenty opened up. She's trying to decide where she fits in this lineup. But I think she's just really a super powerful individual. I wish she balanced up just a hair better comparative to my top three. The one that really baffles me, I guess, here and standing in fifth, there's times and she's like the one you just want to start with. There's something wrong with her back wheels, and she wants to get a little tight and tuck them in at times. When she gets out on the go, she just doesn't want to square up and go away from me as well as I'd like to see her. She's beautiful on the profile. She handles tremendous, super good in her balance from both rear and from the side. I wish I could get her to get out and move off those hind two just a little bit better. Then we could talk about her in that top two spots.
If you would, please bring that Class 5 Blackface crossbred ewe lambs weighing 121 to 126 pounds to the ring at this time. We are now showing Class 5 crossbred ewe lambs. Our results of Class number 4 crossbred ewe lambs. 10th, Cassie Warsman, Ohio. 9th, Emma Tacht, Ohio. 8th, Karsten Stevenson, Texas. 7th, Caston Caldwell, Kentucky. 6th, Cale Deceive, Nebraska. 5th, Harper Horning, Ohio. 4th, Brinley Rice, Ohio. 3rd, Lillian Pearson, Arkansas. 2nd, Brinley Newcomb, Elk City, Oklahoma. And our class winner goes to Lakeland Newcomb, Elk City, Oklahoma. We are now showing Class 5 crossbred ewe lambs. Gonna make that first call for class number 6, Blackface commercial ewe lambs to the RSG holding ring. Those ewe lambs weighing 127 to 131 pounds. First call, class 6, Blackface commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a tremendous class. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. Going to make that second call, Blackface commercial ewe lambs weighing 127 to 131 pounds to the RSG holding ring at this time. Second call, Class 6 Blackface commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring at this time. Ladies, if you are missing a ring, we have had a ring turned in at the announcer's table. If you can identify that ring, we do have it at the announcer's table. Going to make that last call for class number 6, crossbred ewe lambs weighing 127 to 131 pounds to the RSG holding ring at this time. Final call, class 6, crossbred ewe lambs 127 to 131 pounds to the holding ring at this time.
Again, it's a pleasure to sort through females that are this high quality and the whole way down the class. And some of the ones we sent back, I felt bad. Those young people put a lot of time and effort into those projects, and I try to give them as much time as we can and keep the show running as quickly as we can. But I mean, when we get out here in our top 5, they're just all super stellar individuals. The one that we chose to start with, I think she just hit me super hard when she comes in the ring. She's so attractive. She's hard to read from a distance. That's an awfully dark one that you can't really see the shape that she does have. She's really shapely top. She's really shapely in her hip and center leg. I love the structure of her. When she gets on the go, she just excels up through her front end. just gets out and tracks wide and is super tall fronted. That's just the right kind of females for what I want to put together and put in a flock. The one that comes in second, I think she closely follows her, though. I think this is an awfully tight pairing. When you get them out on the move, they're both super cool in their front ends. They both are a little bit more elevated, I guess, than the one that comes in third. I like the fact that they're both really square out of their pin shape, go to the ground, really wide and square when they get out on the move. This one's tucked up in her chest. I guess for me, splitting hairs when you get them out on the go. She's maybe not as up-fronted as the one we chose to start with, and that's about all I could really say is the difference in these two, because they're both so sound and so complete in their overall balance and look and eye appeal. When they get out here on the profile, it's just hard to split those two up here at the top end. The one that comes in third, an awfully good one again. She's super shapely, really square again. I guess for me, she's the one that comes out and gets a little bolder when she gets out on the go, and that's being so critical of a really good one. She's really neat, put together, shapely, very lean over her rib. I mean, she's put together right, gets out and on the go. I wish she was a little bit taller and little more extended, and that's where we fall short with the one that comes in here in fourth. She's the one that gets out here on the go, and she's the lowest fronted of my top five. I wish I could elevate her ever so slightly, because she's still really good in her shoulder. I like the way she comes back and gets progressively wider out through her hip, goes to the ground with a lot of base width. If we could elevate that one, she'd be just exceptional in this class. But she just today, comparative to my top three, I'd like to elevate her just ever so slightly to make her pair up with those others. Then we've got one in here in fifth that I think is probably the most elevated, the most elegant up through her front end. She gives up the most from behind, though, and that's what we would expect, right? She's a beautiful profiling individual. If we could put more on her, give her a little more width out through her loin and hip comparative to those top four, then we could really run her to the top of the class pretty easily. Congratulations.
We are now bringing in Class 6 commercial ewe lambs weighing 127 to 131 pounds at this time. We are now showing Class 6 Blackface commercial ewe lambs. Our results of Class 5. 10th, J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. 9th, Bennett May, Virginia. 8th, Tana Kern, Nevada. 7th, Cale Anderson, Texas. 6th, Landon Bewley, Indiana. 5th, Braden Wolf, Ohio. 4th, Ryder Lambright, Indiana. 3rd, Javin Sparks, Oklahoma. 2nd, Kobe Scroggins, Moore, Oklahoma. And our class winner goes to Audrey Holland, Wapala, Illinois. We are now showing Class 6 crossbred commercial ewe lambs. Blackface commercial ewe lambs. There are no divisions. We will bring all the first and seconds back from Class 4 to Class 18 for our champion through 5 overall Blackface commercial ewe lambs. So if you are first or second, we will have our champion Blackface crossbred division at the conclusion of Class 18. Exhibitors. Those exhibitors that are in the showmanship contest this afternoon. We have your classes posted in the hallway. We are showing by heats if there are more than 29 in a division, we will split those divisions into heats. So you do need to know what division you're in and what heat you're in. And those classes are posted in the hallway at this time. So if you are showing in showmanship this afternoon, please visit the hallway and make yourself familiar with the class you will be showing in showmanship today. Going to make that first call for Class 7 Blackface commercial ewe lambs weighing 132 to 136 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 7 crossbred commercial ewes to the holding ring. Again, if you would, let's show our appreciation for another challenging class as we dismiss those young people along the rail. Second call for class number 7, crossbred ewe lambs weighing 132 to 136 pounds to the RSG holding ring at this time. Second call, class 7, Blackface commercial ewes weighing 132 to 136 pounds to the holding ring. Going to make that last call. Last call for class number 7 Blackface commercial used, weighing 132 to 136 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call, class 7 crossbred used, 132 to 136 pounds to the holding ring.
Just a tremendous class. Again, the top end of this class, I'm telling you, it's really, really tough. And the one that we're trying to start with, she doesn't want to just get out and go like I'd like to see her go, because I think if she would, she'd just be exceptionally easy to find to the top of this class. You get on top of her, that one's just wedged the right way. She's just so square, so shapely, so feminine up through her front end when you get her out here on the stick when she just doesn't want to go, but she's still really clean in her shoulders. She's put together right. I think it's just her not wanting to get out and go today for me. But I guess I just think she's that good that you can use her and not worry about that when she's not getting out here and just moving about the ring, because you can see she's so sound and so correct built. that there's just no way that you're not going to like her if she would get out and just run around the ring. Maybe we should turn her loose, right? The one coming in second, I think she is the one that strikes you when she walks in the ring. Super tall front edge. She's really strikingly cool up through her front end. The young lady does a great job of getting her shown. The one, I guess for me, when I get right up on her, if I could just square her right through her pin set ever so slightly comparative to the one we chose to start with. She is a little bit taller front edge. She's a little bolder in her forerib, I think, but I think that's not the big deciding factor for me. I think the difference is when you get them out on the go, she wants to round off and pinch in her hip ever so slightly, and that's being super, super critical. The one coming in here in third, I think she's the one that really strikes you. Like when she hits the ring, you just love her, right? That's a sheep that you just really like the balance, the attractiveness. She's super shapely. When you step in behind her is where I think she falls a little short for me comparative to the top two. She just isn't quite as wide overall. She doesn't carry that width out through her hip and hind leg as far and out on the corners as what I'd like to see. If she did that, she would have been the easy winner, right? That's just the only thing I could really want to pick on her about is I'd like to open her up out through her hip from that last rib back comparative to my top two. If you could do that, the front half of the body on this sheep is just exceptional. The one coming in here in fourth, that's the one for me that when you get her out on the go at times, she gets a little plain, comes apart just a little bit, doesn't always want to stay true in her top line quite as good out here on the stick as much. Maybe she's just wanting to stretch out and get a little lax in her top. But I really like the width of this one. She's super big in her cage. I love her through her shoulder. When I set her into motion, she doesn't look as neat in her shoulder and front end as what we had up here in our top three individuals. I'd like to change that ever so slightly to move her up a spot. The one coming in fifth, that's just a sheep that's super heavy muscled. She's a little rounder for me, and I'd like to elevate her out on the go comparative to those top four. Congratulations.
If you would, please bring that Class 7 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 132 to 136 pounds to the ring at this time. We are now showing Class 7 crossbred commercial ewes. Our results of class number 6. 10th goes to Paisley, Holloway, Wisconsin. 9th, Rowan Ward, Ohio. 8th, Cheyenne Bragg, Florida. 7th, Blake Martin, Ohio. 6th, Jamie Maxon, Ohio. 5th, Braden Wolf, Ohio. 4th, Raylan Sheehan, Georgia. 3rd, Grace McCurdy, Ohio. 2nd goes to Riley McGee, Osgood, Indiana. And our class winner from class number 6 goes to Addison Thompson, Napoleon, Ohio. We are now showing Blackface ewe lambs weighing 132 to 136 at this time. Again, as a reminder, those of you that are in showmanship this afternoon, those classes have been posted in the hallway. and we will start showmanship immediately following the selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion, Commercial U. First call, Class 8, Commercial U's weighing 137 to 139 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 8, crossbred U's weighing 137 to 139 pounds to the holding ring at this time. If you would, let's put our hands together for another tremendous class as we dismiss those young people along the rail. Second call for Blackface crossbred ewe lambs to the RSG holding ring. Those ewe lambs weighing 137 to 139 pounds. Second call, Class 8 crossbred ewe lambs to the holding ring. Final call for Class 8 Blackface ewe lambs to the RSG holding ring. Those ewe lambs weighing 137 to 139 pounds to the holding ring at this time. Class 8, final call.
Probably one of the tougher classes that we've had out here, and I don't know if it's because there's just that great one, which I think these are all really, really good. But you're trying to put little tiny pieces and differences together to go to the top of the class. I think the one that we chose to start with, she's the one that doesn't grab you immediately when she hits the ring, but that's for sure a good one when you get up on her. She's super opened up in her forerib. She's as good laid in the top of her shoulder blade as anything out here. She still gets out and goes. She's not quite as neat in her chest. If I was to be real picky, I would take some of that. But if I took that out of her, I'm not sure I would get as much of her. And that's the problem with the ewes in behind them. They don't have as much of her as what she does. They're not as wide. Don't go to the ground with the base width that she has. I think trying to balance out that whole thing of getting opened up as far as you can through their forerib and still having a shoulder lay in that good when she gets out on the go and keep that width as she comes back and goes down to the ground. I think that one just really does it well and puts that combination together just better than the ones that come in behind. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with these ones that come right behind her. The one that comes in second, if I could do anything, I'd give her a little more width down low. She gets big up behind her pin. She's super wide in her back, and that's the problem. She's so wide up high, at times she doesn't give you that width down at the ground. It's like when she goes away from you, she gets a little flatter in the lower part of her stifle. She gets a little narrower right at the ground. She's a bit taller fronted, and when the young man gets her stuck, she really gives you that look. She balances up really well. She wedges right. It's just when I get behind her, she just gets narrower down, funnels to the ground a little bit, comparative to the one we chose to start with. She is just a tiny bit neater right in her chest floor. The one that comes in here in third, I thought this was the one that I really wanted to go with. This one comes into the ring, and I watched her walk the whole way around before I finally got him to pull out. That sheep is really cool in her overall look and her balance and eye appeal. She's the one that when I set her into motion, though, I just like to see her collect herself a little bit better. She just wants to come apart in her pieces a little bit more than the two we chose to start the class with. I love her as far as her width. She wedges right from front to rear on both the side and the rear view. And I really like her when she gets out. She's good on her feet and legs. She just lets herself come apart a little bit more than I would like to see her get to that top of the class. Like I said, I thought at one moment when she first came in, she was the one to start with the class with pretty easily. But then as you start studying her, she gets out here, she just wants to fall apart a little bit more than I think would be ideal. The one that comes in here in fourth, that one's an awfully cool when you get up on her. She's the one that maybe is a little bit plainer in her look. I'd like to see her just have a little more elevation, a little more neck, a little more extension like the one in behind her, but she does have more of her. And that's why she falls into that fourth hole over the one that comes in fifth. The one in fifth, that's the one, again, strikes a pose, really want to start with her. I had to decide, do you have enough of her? And I think when you get in behind her comparative to the other ewes, and she just doesn't have as much width, there's not as much width out through her hip, she doesn't go to the ground as base wide. When I set her into motion, she's the narrower tracking of the top five. Congratulations.
If you would, please bring in class number 8, ewe lambs weighing 137 to 139 pounds to the ring at this time. We are now showing Blackface ewe lambs weighing 137 to 139 pounds, class 8. Our results from class 7. 10th, Hunter Solzener, Ohio. 9th, Grace Shiner, Indiana. 8th, Brianna Pope, Iowa. 7th, Addison Comstock, Ohio. 6th, Grace Moore, Texas. 5th, Hadley Parker, Indiana. 4th, Marshall Hall, Tennessee. 3rd, Miles Birch, Nebraska. 2nd, Maverick Rule, Brownwood, Texas. And first goes to Brinley Bollinger, Sterling, Ohio. We are now showing class 8 crossbred ewe lambs. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people for another challenging class as we dismiss those young people along the rail. Going to make that first call for Class 9, Blackface commercial ewes weighing 140 to 142 pounds to the RSG holding ring at this time. First call, Class 9, commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring at this time. Second call, class number 9, crossbred ewe lambs weighing 140 to 142 pounds at the RSG holding ring. Second call, class 9, commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring. Going to make that final call for class 9, crossbred ewe lambs weighing 140 to 142 pounds to the holding ring at this time. Final call, class 9 to the holding ring.
just a tremendous set of females in this next class, and I can't stress that enough, how good they are to clear down through the class. When we get up here in the top few, I mean, it's really splitting hairs. I think the top two just really, really close in my mind as the way they're built. They're almost identical in their structure, that when they get out and move. I think the difference is this one that we chose to start the class with just has that extra bit of neck, a little more extension as she gets out on the go. I wish I could make her just a little longer strided. She wants to get just a little short strided for me. I would like to see her take a little longer reach, but I think that's being very, very picky of an awfully, awfully good one. The one that comes in second, I think that's really, really close, that pairing. This one's maybe not as far along in her maturity and in condition, but I think they're so close in the way they're built and structure and their pin shape, the way they go to the ground and they get out and move. And this one might excel the one in first and just taking a little bit longer step off of both ends comparatively when I get her out on the go. But those two are really, really close and awfully, awfully good in my mind. The one that comes in here in third, I guess when you get your hands on her, I really want to use her. I just love the way she wedges from front to rear. She's so opened up in her top line. She's big in her back. She's really square out of her hip, has so much shape. She just gets a little down fronted and maybe just a hair plainer for me when I set her on the move comparative to those top two. And that's being critical because that's an awfully, awfully good one. I thought at one point I might just have to start with her. When you get in behind her, you sure have to appreciate the width and still how good that shoulder lays in up the top of the blade. The one that comes in here in fourth, I guess for me, I would like to see her just have more shape down low in her stifle and in her forearm and just give me a more expressive look. She's really cool in her balance and eye appeal. She's maybe the shorter coupled of these, but I still think she's plenty long enough, really square out of her hip. I'd like to open her around her cage just a little bit comparative to those top three individuals. The one that comes in here in fifth, I think when you step in behind her, you see why she's in fifth. She keeps up pretty good until she gets out here in our top five, and then she just tails off in her hip and pin placement just a little bit too much comparative to those other four, but that's an awfully good one to stand in that fifth place.
We are now bringing in Class 9 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 140 to 142. We're now showing Class 9. Our results of class number 8. 10th, Addison Roberts, Oregon. 9th, Kaylee Reynolds, Georgia. 8th, Bennett May, Virginia. 7th, Blake Martin, Ohio. 6th, Tate Brosey, Ohio. 5th, Abby Bliss, Georgia. 4th, Miles Birch, Nebraska. 3rd, Whaley Holly, Mississippi. 2nd, Jamison Scott, Lawton, Oklahoma. And our class winner comes from Riley McGee, Osgood, Indiana. We are now showing Class 9 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 140 to 142 pounds.
Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors as they leave the ring for another strong class of ewe lambs.
Second call, Class 10, crossbred ewe lambs weighing 143 to 144 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 10, ewe lambs to the holding ring. Second call, Class 10, Blackface Commercial ewe lambs to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 10, Commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring. For those of you in showmanship today, those classes are posted in the hall, and we will start showmanship immediately following the selection of our grand and reserve champion commercial ewe lamb. Going to make that last call for Class 10 commercial ewe lambs weighing 143 to 144 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 10, crossbred ewe lambs to the holding ring.
The classes just seem to be getting deeper and deeper with high quality individuals the whole way down through, and I pull a few extra because I feel like it's not fair to send some of those sheep back to the pen that you think should get a nod and should be out here in the lineup, and there's just that deep of quality up here at the top end. The ewe lamb we chose to start with, I think that's the one that comes in the class with just the most complete. I don't know if she's the wildest in any one piece, but I really like the combination of everything she puts together. She's stout, she's wide, she's still feminine and clean. She balances so well from front to rear. I think she just puts so many good things together. It's really hard to pick a hole in that one. Could you say she could be taller fronted out here on the go? She could, but she is so good in that shoulder to have that much width in her rib cage and have you that much rack shape and top shape. And still that lean at this stage of the game. Sometimes they start to get a little more mature, a little bit more Yui, I call it. But I think this one just really puts a ton of good things together in one package. And I think second and third, that's where I give a little bit on one characteristic or the other. The one I like to go into second, I think that one's just a sheep that has a little more shape, a little more freshness to her. She just really shapely down her top. She's very lean. She's extended up through her front end. She has that width of cage. I don't think she's quite as stout featured as the one we chose to start with. I don't think she's as bold in her overall cage and in her body. But I think that one's built so good and balances so well. She definitely has to be up here in the top end conversation. The one that comes into third here, I think a sheep that just gives up that freshness. She's starting to get a little plain, a little Yui today for me. I love her design, her balance, her build. She wedges the right way from both side and rear. She's just not quite as fresh today as the top two individuals, and she gets a little shorter fronted comparative to those top two. She's awfully good through her shoulder and front end, but if we could elevate her just a tiny bit, that would make her that much better and compete with those top two. Give her a little shape, freshen her up just a bit. The one coming in here in fourth, I really thought I was going to have her on top of the class. That one, when she's stuck, she just looks so good. I mean, that one just puts a lot of good things together. You get your hands on her, though. I wish she was a little bigger and square in her loin edge. She's not quite as full and edgy there as the top three individuals. I guess for me, when I set her into motion, she rounds out just a little bit out of her hip. I'd like to see her stay just a little square as she's on the go. She's definitely tall-fronted, elegant, good-looking, stout built. I think that one's an awfully good one. Couple little things we can nitpick at. The one coming in here in fifth, I think that was another one. I really thought I was going to have her on top of the class. When you get that one stuck, the young man gets her Micklin awesome. I wish she tracked as wide as she looks like she has from the side. She's got plenty of muscle shape, plenty of volume to her. When you get her out on the go, she's the narrowest tracking of my top five. If I could change that about her, we'd talk about her in that top end conversation.
If you would, please bring in Class 10 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 143 to 144 pounds. We are now showing Class 10. Our results of Class 9, 10th, Shannon Medley, Iowa. 9th, Holly Faye Switzer, California. 8th, Brianna Pope, Iowa. 7th, Maisie Stultinger, Indiana. 6th, Abby Baez, Georgia. 5th, Carson Norup, Ohio. 4th, Javin Sparks, Oklahoma. 3rd, Addison True, Tennessee. 2nd, Marshall Hall, Hartsville, Tennessee. And our class winner goes to Hadley Arts, Missouri. For those in showmanship, we have had some clarification on when we are going to begin showmanship. Showmanship will start 1 hour at the conclusion of the Grand Champion Commercial U Drive. So we will start 1 hour at the conclusion of the Grand Champion Commercial U Drive. Also, those classes are posted in the hallway. And we are going to make the first call for Class 11 Blackface commercial ewes weighing 145 to 147 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call for Class 11 crossbred ewe lambs 145 to 147 pounds to the holding ring. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people at the rail as we dismiss them from the ring for another great class. Second call, Class 11, crossbred ewe lambs weighing 145 to 147 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 11, commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring. Final call for Class 11 Blackface ewe lambs weighing 145 to 147 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 11 commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring.
Again, the quality just runs deep in this class and what we've had earlier. I think we're staying right with that same trend as far as high quality individuals, look good, handle good. I mean, built structurally sound. When you get them out here on the move, I really appreciate this top pair. I mean, those two are just as opened up as you can make them. They're beautiful through their front end and shoulder and still carry that squareness, and they're very lean. Yet, especially at this stage of the game, I think you find sometimes that they're starting to put a little condition on. These ewes are not that way at all. Everything you see is what they are. They're just massive in their rib and their cage, and they carry that width back. They both wedge the right way, and I think that's probably what we sorts these top two. And then when we get down to those top two and we set them into motion, I think the difference is the shape and the shoulder and the way that sheep lays in her shoulder and still has all that shape. When you get in behind her, carries her width down to the ground. She's just puts it all together, I think, in one package. The one that comes in second, when I set her into motion comparative to the first place one, she looks great when the young lady gets her stuck, and I really thought her shoulder would be just a little bit better. When she gets on them go, she gets a little low in her neck set, a little out in her shoulder, just ever so slightly, and that's being so critical of a really good one, because I think build-wise and width-wise and balance-wise, she matches up with the one we chose to start the class with. The one that comes in here in third, I love this ewe. I think this one's an awfully neat kind. That's the right kind of build. I wish there was more of her today. She looks like she's just massed out here and powered. But boy, that one's awfully good. It took me a while to notice her. She didn't want to go. You'd get her to go, and she'd want to get up in her top a little bit. Didn't know if I liked that about her, but when she gets out here and she does go for him, I think that one's just a really good built one. That's the right kind of build. That's the squareness that we want to see, the balance from profile and from the rear view. I wish there was enough of her to get around those top two, because structure-wise, I think that one's built the right way. The one that comes in here in fourth, she does have way more to her. That one's just maybe not as neat in her shoulder and front end as those top three individuals, but still, for one that's this cracked open through her forerib and carries that width back through her hip, that one's awfully good in her shoulder still, even as we're being a little critical of that. But I think when you get on her and you analyze her for the amount of width that she has through her cage and back through her hip, that one still collects herself really, really good, gets out on the move, and can go around the ring. The one that rounds out the top five, I think, again, that's just a sheep that's given up an awful lot of power to those top four individuals. Balance, build, she still has enough muscle, right? Like, I think that one still has plenty of muscle to her. I wish we just had more of her structurally wider to match up with those top four individuals. Congratulations.
If you would, please bring Class 11 to the ring at this time. Those are ewe lambs weighing 145 to 147 pounds. We're now showing Class 11. There has been 2 items turned in to the lost and found here at the announcer stand. One is a ring, and then I do have a ladies' pocketbook that does have money in it. You will need to give us the description of what the pocketbook looks like. But we have had a pocketbook turned in, and we have had a ring turned in. And if you can give us the descriptions of what has been turned in, you can claim those at the announcer stand. Our results of class number 10. 10th goes to Holly Shelton, Illinois. 9th, Cagney Craft, Ohio. 8th, Lillianne Burgett, Wisconsin. 7th, Channing Bass, Oklahoma. 6th, Isla Freehoff, Indiana. 5th, Savannah Artman, Georgia. 4th, Emily Schillingberg, West Virginia. 3rd, Cole Ritter, Indiana. 2nd, Marley Massey, Oregano, Missouri. And our class winner goes to Sutton Weston, Marion, Ohio. We are now showing class 11. If you would, as we dismiss the young people on the rail, let's give them a big round of applause and show our appreciation. Going to make that first call for Class 12. Crossbred ewe lambs weighing 148 to 150 pounds. First call, Class 12 to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that second call for Class 12 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 148 to 150 pounds to the holding ring at this time. Second call, Class 12 Blackface crossbred ewe lambs to the RSG holding ring at this time. Going to make that last call for Class 12 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 148 to 150 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call to the holding ring for Class 12 crossbred ewe lambs.
Sometimes they just don't want to go when we want them to, do they? I think these top two are really, really close, and if you would want to swap them, I wouldn't argue with you. I just wish the one in second would get out and just go for the young lady. I think they're so close in every aspect when you get up on them and analyze them as far as condition, muscle, structure, build. They're just so close to me. I think it comes down to literally the fact that the one in second probably didn't want to go for her. I couldn't really get a good read on her as to whether she was going to get out. She looks like she should get out and move like anything. She's super smooth put together, but the one in first does do it, and she does it well. So we don't have to think about it. This one, and she's probably got just an extra bit of width up through her forerib as compared to the one in second. I really appreciate that about this ewe, that she is so cracked open. She is so shapely in her top shape. She's still very lean as far as this goes. And this late in the year, sometimes we've talked about it earlier, we start to get a little more condition. She is not that at all. She is all there. What you see is what you get. That one's just powerful, really smooth, really put together in the right kind of way, can get out and move as easy as could be. I really appreciate that about her. The one in second, I really, really like this sheep too. I think they're so close. Like I said, you're splitting hairs in the two. When you get on top of them, I think that might be the slight nod to the one in first. She's a little more cracked open through her forerib, but that's just a really good one to stand in second. I wish she would get out and just track out free and easy for the young lady. The one coming in here in third, I really thought I might have it up a spot or two. I guess being critical, I'd like to see the sheep just a little smoother tied from end to end to get her into those top two contention. I like to change her a little bit off those rear two. Sometimes she gets a little soft on her feet, and then when she gets out and goes, she wants to tip in her hip just slightly. But when he gets her stuck, boy, balance and build and structure, that one's awfully, awfully good one to stand in that third hole. The one coming in fourth, she's the wildest one as far as shape and volume of muscle. She's really shapely, really cracked open. She's still tall fronted. I like that about her because usually when you start pushing them, trying to get them open farther, sometimes they start to run downhill a little bit on us. But this one doesn't do that. I wish she would go out and just get out and move. She wants to get up in her top. She gets a little tight off of both ends for me. Just to see her in comparison to the other ewes, I'd just like to loosen her up in her overall structure to get out and move freer and easier. The one coming in fifth, I think she kind of resembles those top two. She's an awfully cool built one. She's just not as opened up yet. She's pretty green, pretty raw in her overall makeup, but boy, balance-wise and pin shape and wedgeness from both the side and the rear, she really has those things. I wish there was just more of her to match up with those top four individuals that we started the class with. Congratulations.
If you would, please bring in Class 12 crossbred ewes to the ring at this time. These ewes weigh 148 to 150 pounds. We're now showing Class 12 commercial ewes. Our results of Class 11, 10th, Addie Roar, Maryland. 9th, Victoria Kovac, Ohio. 8th, Carson Norup, Ohio. 7th, Annika Hamilton, Indiana. 6th, Braden Bowers, Wisconsin. 5th, Bailey Browse, Ohio. 4th, Jacob Thompson, Indiana. 3rd, Cash Adams, Georgia. 2nd, Marley Osbeck, Michigan. And our class winner goes to Carly Meg, Ottawa, Ohio. We are now showing Class 12 commercial ewe lambs. For those sheep enthusiasts that are interested in ewes and bred ewes, there are 2 sales today in the sheep pavilion. The Premier Bred Registered Edition, which will start at 5:30, and at 7 o'clock, the Premier Bred Ewe and Ewe Lamb sale at 7 p.m. Those sales will happen tonight. Going to make that first call for Class 13 commercial ewe lambs weighing 151 to 153 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 13 to the holding ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please put our hands together and show our appreciation to the young people along the rail as they are dismissed from the ring from another very competitive division. For those coming to the show late today, we do want to introduce our judge, Mike Stitzline. He's from Ashland, Ohio. He's an Ohio State graduate in animal science, a member of the Animal Science Hall of Fame at Ohio State. Mike raises about 300 club ewes and has been in the industry for a long time. If you would, please put your hands together and give him a warm welcome at the North American for judging our sheep today. Going to make that second call for Class 13 commercial ewe lambs weighing 151 to 153 pounds to the holding ring. Second call for Class 13 crossbred ewe lambs to the holding ring. going to make that final call for class number 13, commercial ewe lambs weighing 151 to 153 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call, class 13, crossbred ewe lambs to the holding ring. Commercial ewe exhibitors, if you have a first or second place in class 4 to 18, we will be bringing back the first and seconds of each class for our champion, reserve, and 3 through 5 Blackface cross overall. And that will be at the conclusion of class 18. And again, we will only be bringing back first and seconds from those classes. Final call, class 13, commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring.
Keep turning up the heat on these ewe lambs. I'm telling you, these are some really good individuals, and up here at this top end, it's really splitting hairs, and I guess you can't argue if somebody wanted to do them slightly different. I think this one that I chose to start with, she wasn't, when I kept moving them, it wasn't the question of who was going to start for me. It was more who was going to go second, third, fourth, fifth. That sheep just really hits me hard. When she's on the go, she's super clean and neat in her shoulder and front end. She's really bold and big in her upper hip, but gives you that shape from the side too. She's really good in her forerib and her rack and the way it sets in there. And especially she excels the class to me when I set her into motion. I think she's the one that really kind of separates herself from the rest of them because she holds together so well from front to rear when I set her into motion, and she is still wide and correct in her build. That one's just an awfully neat one to start with. The one that comes in second, I think that one's an awfully hard one not to like. She doesn't maybe balance quite as neatly as the one we chose to start with. She's got a little more rib to her, and that's not a bad thing. I think these ewes should have plenty of forerib and capacity. But when I get behind her, I would like to open her up in her upper hip, give her just a little more width out through the end of her rump comparative to the one we chose to start with. I still think she has plenty of muscle. When you see her going away from you, she tracks plenty wide. She's tall fronted. She's really a good looking balanced sheep from the side view. Maybe just not as shallow chested and neat, right tucked up in her chest floor, right from the side view as the one we chose to start with. And that, again, that's being really critical on an awfully good one. The one coming in third, I might even have thought at one point I had these two in my mind going back and forth. I really thought that this one, just when I step in behind her, I'd just like to read her to have more of her. When she goes around and I get in behind her as she's on the go, she tends to get a little plainer and flatter in her outer stifle, not as big in her upper hip. I'd like to open her up just slightly comparative to those top two. But boy, balance-wise and shape and muscle and structure, that's an awfully neat one to stand in that third place. The one that comes fourth, that's an awfully neat one too. I just really like that one a lot. She is the one that I wish I could change when I get her on the go. She's the one that looks the part, and I wanted to get her higher. When she gets out here on the go, she just starts to fall down in her point of her shoulder. She gets a little more open over the top of her blade. She isn't as up-fronted. But boy, when the young lady gets her propped and you get your hands on her, that one's as good as any of them that we had out here. The one that comes in fifth, I think she's by far the leanest and greenest of these. Probably a little condition wouldn't help her because it would smooth her up in her top line just a little bit. She's just a little rougher appearing when you get her off from the side view. When I set her on the go, she's still really attractive. She's an awfully neat, stout-featured one that you really got to like, that's tall-fronted. I just like to smooth her up from end to end to get her up into that top few.
If you would, please bring in Class 13 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 151 to 153 pounds to the ring at this time. We're now showing Class 13 crossbred ewe lambs. Our results of Class 12. 10th goes to Aiden Melody, Iowa. 9th, Jackson Ritter, Indiana. 8th, Miley Saley, Tennessee. 7th, Abby Snyder, Ohio. 6th, Riley Walker, Iowa. 5th, Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. 4th, Addie Dunlap, Ohio. 3rd, Brinley Bullinger, Ohio. 2nd, Addie Rohr, Sharpsburg, Maryland. And our class winner goes to Kaylee Pittman, Monroe, Michigan. We are now showing Class 13 crossbred ewe lambs 151 to 153 pounds. Showmanship contestants. We will start showmanship an hour after the conclusion of the Grand Champion commercial drive. Those classes are posted in the hallway, and we will start an hour of the conclusion of our Grand Champion commercial drive. For those sheep enthusiasts interested in ewes, ewe lambs, and females, there are 2 female shows or sales today on the north side of the pavilion, on the other side of the breeding sheep pavilion. The Premier Bred Ewe registered edition is at 5:30, and the Premier Bred ewe and ewe lamb sale will be at 7 o'clock. And again, that is on the north side of the pavilion, on the north side of the breeding sheep pavilion. If you would, as we dismiss those young people along the rail, let's show our appreciation, put our hands together as they leave the ring. Going to make that first call for Class 14 commercial ewes weighing 154 to 156 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 14 commercial ewes to the holding ring. make that second call for Class 14 commercial use to the RSG holding ring at this time. Second call, Class 14, used to the makeup ring at this time. Going to make that final call for Class 14, Blackface Commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring at this time. Final call, Class 14, crossbred ewe lambs weighing 154 to 156 pounds to the ring at this time. The holding ring at this time.
Really, really tough class here in the next group that we got into this, and I thought it was tough even picking out some of the ones down through there that were really good, and there were still a lot of good sheep left standing. But when we get out here in our top five, I think, and there's tiny differences, and it's all thresholds for me. Is it the widest? It could be, but is there other parts that go together that have to still wedge right? I think this one just really hits me hard as far as that one that puts that extra amount of look. Very, very lean and still very expressive in her muscle. When she gets out and tracks, she tracks wide. She's very elevated. She's square out of her hip. I think she just puts so many good things together in one package that you can't deny that she needs to be on the top of the class. And then there's other things that we could do in behind there. The one coming in second, I think that one's probably the closest thing to her. That's an awfully good balanced one. She's probably the heaviest conditioned of my top five. She's got a little more over the rib than maybe I would say is ideal, but can I throw it all away to get to the sheep that I think is underneath of there? I think she's really good. She's so round in her cage. She's big in her back. She's square out of her rump. Is she as big pinned as the one we chose to start with? I don't know. We're gonna see when we get them back out here. I think she's big enough in her rump. Is she wilder in her cage than the one that stands in behind her? No. I think she just blends her front end, and when she gets out on the go, I think that's where it hits for me. She's just enough neater in her chest and in her shoulder that she has to go over the one that stands in third. The one in third I love from behind. That's the power sheep. That's the sheep that opens up and gives you so much product and so much good from behind. She's big in her pen. She's opened up in her cage. That one's a real brood you, I think. Is she as neat up in her chest floor? Is she as tall fronted? When we set her on the go, I just like to see her hold her shoulder up in there just a slight bit better comparative to my top two. That's being critical of a sheep that's that opened up to carry that much product and still have her shoulder blade laying that good. That's awfully hard to do. But that's a really, really nice sheep standing there in third hole. The one coming in fourth, I thought at some point, when I get in behind this sheep, I really like her. I think that sheep's awfully good. Handles great. She's really lean, actually. She looks like she has a little more, but she's actually very lean over her rib. She progressively gets wider out through her hip, goes down to the ground wide. I just need her to get out here and go. I don't know if she's as good in behind her blade as what she is when she's stuck, because when she gets out on the move, she kind of wants to come apart a little bit for me. She gets down. She's just not getting out here and showing herself off. I'm not going to go out on the limb when I've got this good a quality up in the front, but I will get her up here as far as I can, because that's an awfully good sheep. And just because if she might not want to show today, I don't want to fault her too bad. The one coming in fifth, I think that one's an awfully nice sheep. When I get in behind this sheep, this one's the narrowest tracking of my top five. This sheep's really opened up and robust in its rib, has lots of shape. She's a little more weathery appearing, I guess, for me. I would like to see her just a tick more feminine, a little cleaner up in her front, but she sure has a lot of product in her. She's very square. She's correct in her build. I'd like to see her just a little wider when she goes away from me at the ground. Congratulations.
If you would, please bring in Class 14 commercial ewe lambs weighing 154 to 156 pounds. We are now showing Class 14. Our results of Class 13. 10th, Holly Shelton, Illinois. 9th, Lucy Casera, Iowa. 8th, Avery Walton, Texas. 7th, Landon Bewley, Indiana. 6th, Harper McClure, Georgia. 5th, Caden Dare, Indiana. 4th, Izzy Godman, Kentucky. 3rd, Brinley Shook, Arkansas. 2nd goes to Ryder Lambright, Shipshewana, Indiana. And our class winner goes to Carson Norup, Loveland, Ohio. We are now showing Class 14 commercial ewe lambs. If you would, please put your hands together and show our appreciation for the young people for another extremely tough class as we dismiss those young people along the rail. Going to make that first call, Class 15, Blackface ewe lambs weighing 157 to 159 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 15 to the holding ring. Second call, Class 15, crossbred ewe lambs weighing 157 to 159 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 15, crossbred ewe lambs to the holding ring. For those exhibitors that are showing in showmanship this afternoon, we will start showmanship an hour after the conclusion of our champion and reserve champion selection in our crossbred U division. The classes are posted in the hall. Please familiarize yourself with the classes you are in, and if there are over 29 in a class, they will be split into heats. And we will start showmanship an hour at the conclusion of selecting our champion and reserve champion commercial U. Going to make that final call for Class 15 Commercial ewe lambs weighing 157 to 159 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Last call for Class 15 commercial ewe lambs to the holding ring.
I know I keep repeating myself, but the quality of these females is actually pretty incredible. When you get your hands on them, they're really super lean. It appears like sometimes they're a little heavier condition, but and there's a few that have some on them, and I don't know that we have to get that hard on it unless it's in excess. So up here in our top 5, we definitely don't have that situation. The one that won the class, I think she kind of handily wins it, right? I think this one comes to the class, and she's the one, when I set her into motion, your eyes are just drawn to her. You love the way she moves and holds her lines together. She balances so well, even on the stick, and when you get behind her, she's just that much more progressively wider. She's super square, really got a lot of shape. It just looks like a female, has muscle, just tremendously shape and touch and tone. That one just puts a lot of good things together in one package for me. The one that comes in second, I wish this one was a little bit neater in the way she ties into her hip. I don't know that her loin's bad. Her loin is wide and square. She gets almost a little bit of that reverse tilt going on. She's super wide and square in her pin shape, and I like that about her. She's really shapely. She really balances well. She's very much like the one we chose to start the class with. If I could tie her just a little bit better where she and roll her pins in so she's just a little more level, and that's being critical of a really, really good sheep. Because when she gets out on the go, I think that's where she excels, the one that comes in there in third. The one that comes in third gets a little plainer in her point of her shoulder. She rounds out her hip ever so slightly comparative to my top 2. She's an awfully, awfully good one. Handles really fresh and full and big in the back and progressively gets wider. I just wish I could make her a little neater in her point of her shoulder and square her up when she gets out on the go. When he gets her stuck, she looks really good, and I thought I might even have her up into that first or second hole. But I guess for me, when I set her into motion, that's the problem I see, is that she just doesn't have the neatness in her point of shoulder and doesn't square up in her dock. The one coming fourth, that one looks the part again. When I get my hands on her, she probably disappoints me a little bit more than some of the others. She's not as square in her edges of her loin. She's a little more rounded. She's not as wide, just overall structure from end to end. Now that's being critical because that's an awfully, awfully good one, right? And she profiles. She looks like the ones that should start the class. When I get her out on the go, she gets ever so slightly a little narrower underneath. I wish I could open her up ever so slightly and square her up in that loin just a little bit to make her a little bit better to get up in the top 3. The one that comes there in fifth, I think she's just giving up too much from behind. And that's being said about a really, really nice sheep that has a lot of thickness to her. She has a lot of shape. Her base width is what bothers me a little bit. I would like to see her just a little wider as she goes away from me structurally, and a little wider up high in her hip. That was an awfully nice one, though. Congratulations.
If you would, please bring in Class 15 crossbred ewes weighing 157 to 159 pounds. We are currently showing Class 15. Our results of Class 14. 10th, Brantley Suter, Ohio. 9th, Haley Luzanier, Florida. 8th, Drake Foltz, Illinois. 7th, Kobe Scroggins, Oklahoma. 6th, Olivia Ritchie, Indiana. 5th, Reese Eller, Nebraska. 4th, Carson Norup, Ohio. 3rd, Brady Adams, Iowa. 2nd, Tyson Black, Lafayette, Tennessee. And our class winner goes to Avery Mullenballen, Clinton, Arkansas. If you would, let's show our appreciation for another extremely competitive division as we dismiss those young people along the rail. Going to make that first call for class number 16, commercial ewe lambs weighing 160 to 163 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, class 16, crossbred ewe lambs to the holding ring. Going to make that second call for class 16, crossbred ewe lambs weighing 160 to 163 pounds to the holding ring. Second call, class 16 to the holding ring. Final call for Class 16 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 160 to 163 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 16 to the holding ring.
Another tremendous set of females to work through out here in our next class. I think these top 3 or 4 or 5 of them are actually just phenomenal. If you could ever have the opportunity to get your hands on some of these, they're definitely all that they are talked up to be, I guess. This one that we chose to start with, I think it's really close in that top pair, and I went back and forth in my mind, and I guess for me, you got to stick with what you like and what you first went with in your mind, and I think this was the one that really just hit me so hard. She's so tucked up in her chest floor, but when you get on that one's just so exploded in her forerib and her rack and the shape, and it progressively gets wider back through her hip. I mean, that's just an awfully hard one to build. One that's just that wide and still that good in her shoulder blade. I just think she's maybe not at times. When I get her on the go, she's on the stick. She looks really good neck to me. When I get her on the go at times, she can look maybe just a hair shorter necked, but it's still good in her shoulder and her chest, and I think that's just so much good in that one. I just can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, is the saying, I guess. That one just really comes to the class ready to go. The one that comes in second, that one's just an awfully powerful one also. Very, very close in those pair. For me, this one just gets a little different and plainer in her shoulder compared to the one we started with. I don't think there's an ounce difference in muscle or structure when you get in behind them. The base width, I think they're both just fantastically wide. Just really opened up. I like the width out through her hip. I like the way she goes to the ground when she gets away from me. She carries all that muscle and still looks really smooth and feminine up through that front end. That's another really good one to come into that second hole. The one in third, I think, really attractive when you get her on the stick. Sometimes when I get her on the go, though, I think I decided early that she was third. I just needed to use her to walk the other 2. I kept making you go because I needed to see those go in behind her. She's not quite as opened up. There's not as much of her. I still think there's plenty of her as a female, and one that's really correct in her build and her balance. When I set her on the go, she gets a little more lower point to her shoulder comparatively to the top 2, which is surprising because I really thought she was by far the cleanest chested and the most up in her front end. But when you sit around, get her on the go, she gets just a little plain right through the point of that shoulder. I think the same situation comes with the blue one right in behind her. I think she's just a little plainer chested comparative to those top trio. She's a neat sheep as far as just look and balance and eye appeal. She wedges right way structurally. She's a lighter muscled. She doesn't have quite as much shape down her back as what those top 3 individuals have. I wish she just had a little more shape, a little square in her loin edge comparative to those top 3. Then we can really talk about her in that discussion because I love her balance and her structure. The one that comes in here in fifth, I think she's just given up an awful lot to those top 4. That one's built the very similar same way. I'd like to crack her open a little wider, but when you step in behind her, she still wedges really good. She's very neat and clean in her front end and her shoulder, and you have to appreciate her when you get your hands on her. She actually has way more shape and muscle than you would think from the side of the ring. So congratulations to that young man.
If you would, bring that Class 16 crossbred ewe lambs to the ring at this time. These ewes weigh 160 to 163 pounds. We are now showing Class 16 commercial ewe lambs. Our results of Class 15. 10th goes to Annika Rosebrock from Ohio. 9th, Kinley Hansen, Iowa. 8th, Bristol Buckland, Indiana. 7th, Bridget Weller, Indiana. 6th, Audrey Rothlandbuehler, Indiana. Fifth, Paxton Miller, West Virginia. Fourth, Braden McCoy, West Virginia. Third, Jaden Herzog, Michigan. Second, J.C. Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. And our class winner goes to Landry Sutton, Covington, Indiana. We're now showing Class 16 crossbred ewe lambs. For those showmanship contestants, we will be starting showmanship an hour after the conclusion of our grand champion selection in our commercial ewe division. Those classes are posted in the hallway. Please familiarize yourself with the classes. If you would, let's put our hands together and show our appreciation to the young people along the rail for another very competitive division. Going to make that first call for Class 17 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 164 to 169 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call for Class 17 crossbred ewe lambs to the holding ring. Crossbred lamb exhibitors, if you had had a first or second in the Blackface crosses, we will select our champion in reserve and third through fifth overall at the conclusion of Class 18. We will only be bringing back first and seconds from each class for that champion drive. So we'll give you that warning call. After Class 18, we will need all first and seconds from Class 4 to Class 18 to the holding ring at the conclusion of Class 18. Going to make that second call for Class 17 crossbred ewe lambs weighing 164 to 169 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 17 to the holding ring. Going to make that final call for Class 17 commercial ewe lambs weighing 164 to 169 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 17 to the holding ring.
Tough pair to split up here on our top end in this next class, and I think for me it's the sort on the walk, and I do a lot of sorting on the walk. As you notice, these guys are probably getting tired of me telling them to go around in circles. The sheep that just really hits me hard when she's on the go and you get your hands on her is the one we chose to start with. I think that one just really wedges right. When you get your hand, it's really expressive and really very lean over her rib. That one's tucked up and right in her shoulder. When she goes away from you, she carries that width to the ground, and you got to like that about her. I really like the shape that she possesses for a ewe lamb that's this angular and this smooth put together. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle and just really puts that together when she gets out on the go, and I think that's where she excels, the one that comes in second. The one that comes in here in second just gets a little plainer in her shoulder comparatively, and that's being super critical because I really, really like this ewe. I mean, I like her a bunch. I like the rib that she has, the shape when you get on top of her. She's so smooth, tied from end to end, super square, really complete. I wish she was a little neater right in the point of her blade when she gets out on the go comparative to the one we started with, and that's about as much as you could ask for in a female, is to have the one that's this opened up and still that feminine. This one here in third probably gets this a little plainer chested for me. The blue color actually enhances it, makes it look a little cleaner than maybe she is. You get up close to her, she has a little more breastplate to her comparative to our top two. But I think, again, she's the one that's angular, she's tall fronted, she's big in her pin, very shapely down her back, and very lean yet over her rib. I think that one's put together right. If we could clean her up just a bit comparative to those top two, we could move her on up a spot. The one that comes in fourth, giving up some of that overall just volume and power when I get right behind her. She's really cool from the profile, very tall fronted, very square out of her hip. I think that's the point. She gets so square hipped that when we drive her just ever so slightly, she wants to tip up in her pin a little bit more than maybe we like. But when we get her out on the go, I think you see that she still carries that tail head just a hair higher than what I would like to see, and I'd like to give her just a little more volume and a little more base width when I get directly behind her. The one that comes in fifth, I think it just rounds out our group as far as a sheep that really puts the good things together. It's a little plainer. It doesn't have quite as much volume when I get in behind him. I like to square it up through its upper hip comparative to those other four in front of it.
If you would, please bring that Class 17 crossbred ewes to the ring at this time. Ewes weighing 164 to 169 pounds. We're now showing Class 17. Yeah. Our results of Class 16. 10th goes to Audrey Martin, Indiana. 9th, Blake Martin, Ohio. 8th, Addison Comstock, Ohio. 7th, Rowan Ward, Ohio. 6th, Braden McCoy, West Virginia. 5th, TJ Rumsey, Colorado. 4th, Avery Rice, Ohio. 3rd, Jared Franz, Pennsylvania. 2nd goes to Aurora Nair, Coatesville, Indiana. And our class winner goes to Javin Sparks, Wilburton, Oklahoma. We are now showing Class 17 crossbred ewe lambs. If you would, please put your hands together for another very competitive division as we dismiss the young people along the rail. We're going to make that first call for Class 18 commercial ewe lambs weighing 170 to 196 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 18 to the holding ring. For those crossbred ewed exhibitors in the Blackface division, if you had a first or second, we will be picking our champion and reserve third, fourth, and fifth overall Blackface commercial ewe at the conclusion of Class 18. We also want to put an alert out for the Whiteface Cross top 5. We will be bringing all top 5 of those ewe lambs back for our grand champion overall commercial drive at the conclusion of our Blackface champion drive. We're going to make that second call for Class 18 Blackface crossbreds weighing 170 to 196 pounds to the holding ring. Second call, Class 18 to the holding ring. Going to make that final call for Class 18 crossbred commercial ewes to the holding ring. Final call, Class 18 crossbred ewes to the holding ring. Ewes weighing 170 to 196 pounds. Going to make that final call for Class 18 commercial ewe lambs to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 18 ewes weighing 170 to 196 pounds to the holding area. We will have our champion drive at the conclusion of Class 18.
I know I'm going to catch some flack for this, so this is not my kind of sheep, right? But what is a judge's kind of sheep that's just really good? Has that much power, has that much build, I guess you just say, or structure. When she gets out and moves, she's by far the freest and easiest moving. She's probably the best in her chest floor. She's way opened up. I mean, that thing is wild when you get behind her. Crazy in her ribs, so good in her shoulder. She's not the freakiest in any way, but I'm telling you, that one is pretty wild as far as just putting a lot of power, a lot of width, a lot of structure into one sheep and just blending it so well and so good in her shoulder. That one really gets me kind of excited. That one's pretty neat. Wasn't expecting to see one that is this moderate, but yet that wide and that smooth put together, can get out and go like that. The one comes in second, probably very close though. I mean, there's a lot of power in this one. Not quite as neat in her shoulder and front end when he set her into motion. I think that's the difference in those two. I think she's very, very good in her chest floor. I just think she's not as good when the way she holds her shoulder up and gets out and goes. Maybe not quite as long of a stride as the first one. But again, when you get behind her, that's an awfully powerful sheep that's really built well. The one that comes in third, at times I wanted to kind of get her up to the top, and then you get off of her and she just kind of gets out of balance for me. I wish she was a little neater in her chest and from the top of her shoulder to her breastplate. She'd get behind her. She's really square. You like that about her. She gives up a little bit to those top two as far as just sheer mass and volume and width because you're a tiny bit longer, so you can't be as wide as they are. But that one's an awfully good one. I wish she just balanced up as good as those top two. Then we could talk about her into those top two spots. The one that comes in here in fourth, giving up an awful lot of just volume and substance to those top trio. Again, that's an awfully nice one. I wish she hooked in to her hip loin just a little bit better, a little square in that loin edge comparative. But that's an awfully nice, a little bit better balance maybe than the one we had right in front of it. But again, just a sheep that you really like the build, the wedge it. When you get behind her, she really wedges right. She's really clean in her shoulder. She's just giving up an awful lot of volume to those top trio. The one that rounds out this top 5 is very, very similar to the one right ahead of it. And again, I'd like to change it in its loin just a little bit, but I think there's an awful lot of good in that sheep. She's very extended up through her front end, really expressive in her touch, really round in her rib. I wish she was just a little better there and carried a little more base width when she gets away from you.
We are now bringing in Class 18 commercial ewe lambs weighing 170 to 196 pounds. This will be our last class in our Blackface commercial ewe lamb division. We will select our champion and reserve champion and 3rd through 5 overall at the conclusion of this class. I'm going to make that first call for those first and seconds of those class winners from Class 4 to Class 17 to be on standby. First call for those first and seconds for our Blackface commercial drive. Our results of Class 17. 10th goes to Taylor Cutter. 9th, Abby Duschlag, West Virginia. 8th, Kristen Haynes, Indiana. 7th, Grayson Alley Parker, Georgia. 6th, Addison Thompson, Ohio. 5th, Ty Jones, Kansas. 4th, Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. 3rd, Cashley Criswell, Wyoming. 2nd, Bridget Weller, Danville, Indiana. And our class winner goes to Caden Deere, Arcadia, Indiana. We are now showing Class 18 crossbred commercial ewes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please put your hands together and show our appreciation of the young people for another competitive division as we dismiss those young people along the rail. Going to make that second call for all those first and second place Blackface commercial U's from class 4 to 17 to the holding ring. Second call for all those first and seconds to the holding ring from class 4 to 17. Going to make that final call for all those first and second place Blackface ewe lambs, class 4 to 17, to the holding ring at this time. Last call for all those first and second place ewe lambs to the holding ring at this time.
And we talk about balance in this class, and I think getting up here in our heavier weight ranges, it's just harder to find those exact sheep. Maybe everybody's sort of targeted the other classes, but I think the one we chose to start with, I think she really puts a lot of good together in one package. She just really gets out and goes. She's the freest and easiest moving. She's elevated, super cool in her front. When you get behind her, she's way more of her than you would ever expect. That color doesn't add to her. It takes away from her volume, but when you get right on directly on top of her, she surely is wide enough, exploded in her forerib. You can see how much distance is between her front legs, and yet how good that blade still lays in there over her top of her blade, and just really progressively gets wider as she comes back. It's hard to get one that wide in front and stand that far out on the corners and still get wider as they come back through their hip and go down to the ground with that base width to have that angularity that we were looking for. But I think that one does it in a good fashion. The one that comes in second here, for me, resembles a lot like the last class winner. It's a heavy muscled sheep that still balances really well. For me, I guess it's always thresholds, right? And I see her in this class as being a little bolder, a little coarser shouldered than what the one we chose to start with. And that one still has as much muscle as this one and as much width when you get directly behind it. So for me, I got to use the one that's a little taller fronted, a little cleaner in its breast and chest and shoulder for a female. That one's an awfully neat one, though, to see move around the ring, because with that much power, it can still get out and go. The one that comes in here in third, I think it's got the balance. It's a really attractive sheep. It's given up an awful lot of volume to those top two individuals, but I still think as far as being angular from side and rear, it's just a really complete angular, attractive sheep, but still plenty of muscle, very lean over its rib, and I think just puts a lot of good together in one package, just maybe not as much of what we started the class with. The lamb that comes in fourth, the blue ewe lamb there, kind of in the same similar situation as we had in the last class. That blue actually helps that sheep in some ways because it makes it appear just a slightly bit shallower or cleaner than it might look if it was a white sheep, and it would have that breastplate out there just a little bit more. And when I get in behind him, maybe not as wide tracking as what I had in my top three individuals either. The one that comes in here in fifth, I think, again, just a sheep that gets a little high in its pin placement, gives up some of that overall natural shape down low when you get directly behind it. From the side, I kept wanting to use her, and she just doesn't have it when you get in behind her as good as she does from the side. She's very expressive in her rack, really opened in her rib. I wish she had as much base width as some of the others that were on up higher in the class. Congratulations.
Our results of Class 18. 10th, Lucy Schur, Michigan. 9th, Brady Miller, Indiana. 8th, Addison Herman, Michigan. 7th, Lee Christensen, Minnesota. 6th, Allison Cords, Michigan. 5th, Braden Wolf, Ohio. 4th, Caden Parks, Indiana. 3rd, Madeline Osbeck, Michigan. 2nd, Wes Nichols, Bryan Center, Michigan. And our class winner goes to Gabby Rout, Frankfort, Indiana. We are now bringing in our class winners for our champion Blackface commercial drive. Our class winner in Class 1 goes to Lakeland Newcomb, Oklahoma. Our class winner in Class 5 goes to Audrey Holland, Illinois. Our class winner in Class 6 is represented by Addison Thompson, Ohio. Our class winner in Class 7, Brinley Bollinger, Ohio. Our class winner in Class 8, Riley McGee, Indiana. Our class winner in Class 9 goes to Hadley Arts, Missouri. Our winner of Class 10 goes to Sutton Weston, Ohio. Our class winner in Class 11 goes to Carly Mag, Ohio. Our class winner in Class 12 goes to Kaylee Pittman, Michigan. Our class winner of 13 goes to Carson Norup, Ohio. Our class winner in Class 14 goes to Avery Mullen, Arkansas. Our class winner in 15 goes to Landry Sutton, Indiana. Our 16 class winner goes to Javin Sparks, Oklahoma. Class 17 comes from Caden Deere, Indiana. And our class winner from Class 18 goes to Gabrielle Rout, Indiana. Our second place representatives in Class 4 come from Brinley Newcomb, Oklahoma. Class 5 second place is represented by Kobe Scroggins, Oklahoma. Our representative from Class 6 goes to Riley McGee, Indiana. Our second place representative from Class 7 comes from Maverick Rural, Texas. Our second place representative in Class 8 comes from Jameson Scott, Oklahoma. Our second place representative from Class 9 comes from Marshall Hall, Tennessee. Class 10, second comes from Marley Massey, Missouri. Class 11, our second place representative comes from Marley Osbeck, Michigan. In Class 12, our second place comes from Addie Rohr, Maryland. Class 13, our second place representative comes from Ryder Lambright, Indiana. Class 14, our second place representative comes from Tyson Black, Tennessee. Class 15, our second place representative comes from J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. Class 16, our second place representative comes from Aurora Nyer, Indiana. Our second place in Class 17 comes from Bridget Weller, Indiana. And our second place representative in Class 18 comes from Wes Nichols, Michigan. We are now selecting our top 5 overall Blackface commercial ewe lambs. We would like to thank our judge today, Mike Stitzline from Ashland, Ohio. He is an Ohio State University graduate in animal science. He's a member of the Animal Science Hall of Fame at Ohio State. Mike has approximately 300 club ewes. If you would, let's put our hands together and thank Mr. Mike Stitzline for doing our show today. Going to make that call for those 1 through 5 in our Whiteface cross division. We need a sheep from these 5 individuals. Caden Asmus, Michigan. Emery Yoho, Kansas. Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. Ty Jones, Kansas. And Cagney Craft, Ohio. We need to have those 5 lambs on deck for our champion overall commercial drive.
Well, first off, I want to say what a pleasure it's been for me to come and sort through your ewes today. It's been a fantastic show. Let's put our heads together for the young people that came out and the whole ewe show. And I got to do this opportunity because somebody else's misfortune, I'd say, and hopefully he's feeling much, much better. But I tell you what, I've had a great time today sorting through these sheep, and it's been a fantastic day of high-quality individuals. I really wasn't expecting, I don't know what to expect. I honestly tell you, I have not sorted this many of this high-end individuals, and it really makes it fun. So when you find them, you're really nitpicking on a lot of these. I think there's a lot of sheep that went back to the pen and were very, very good. It probably won other shows, but you know, and it's just one guy's opinion one day. But I'm really pleased with the lineup out here. There's a lot of good in all these, and hopefully you see the pattern that I was sorting for. what I was looking for, the completeness, muscle, and femininity, and just balance, eye appeal, structural correctness, all those things wrapped up into one. So with that said, we go out here and pick our top 5. I mean, please understand that this is just one opinion at one point in time, and that these sheep are all good. And the young people that brought them out, they deserve a nice round of applause for doing the work that it took to get them here. I appreciate the show management for helping me out, all the ring people, getting them in here to me, and we'll go out here and pick our top 5 of these, and then we'll go find a top 5 overall. So congratulations again to these exhibitors.
As we get ready to bring those champions 1 through 5 in each of our divisions, Our Blackface Cross division, our champion representative is represented by Caden Dare. Our champion Blackface Cross is represented by Caden Dare, Indiana. Our reserve champion is Landry Sutton, Indiana. Third overall Blackface Cross went to Kaylee Pittman, Michigan. Our fourth place overall Blackface Cross goes to Carson Norup, Ohio. And our fifth overall Blackface Cross went to J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. At this time, we are going to select our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Commercial U, and then pick our 3rd through 5. We now have entering the ring, our Whiteface Champion representative comes from Caden Asmus, Michigan. Our Blackface Champion is represented by Caden Dare, Indiana. Our reserve champion, Whiteface Cross, comes from Emory, Yoho, Kansas. Our reserve champion, Blackface Cross, comes from Landry Sutton, Indiana. Our 3rd overall Whiteface Cross is represented by Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. Our 3rd overall Blackface Crossbred is represented by Kayla Pittman, Michigan. Our 4th place overall Whiteface Cross comes from Ty Jones, Kansas. Our 4th overall Blackface Cross comes from Carson Norup, Ohio. Our 5th place overall Whiteface Cross comes from Cagney Craft, Ohio. And our 5th place overall Blackface Cross comes from J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. If you would, please put your hands together and show our appreciation for our champion crossbred drive. We do want to show our appreciation to Mike Stitzline from Ashland, Ohio, for coming and sorting the Crossbred Ewes show today. If you would, please put your hands together to thank Mike Stitzline for sorting the sheep today. We do want to thank our superintendent of the show today, Mr. Mike Ross. And if you would, Mike, if you'd give us a little wave there, and let's show our appreciation to Mike for putting together a great show today.
Again, I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate the opportunity to sort these ewes. It's been a pleasure of mine. I've had a great time. Mike keeps telling me it looks like you're having fun out there, and I really am. I truly had a great time sorting through these females, working with the young kids that are on the heads of all these, and I feel bad when I wasn't giving them very much time in the classes, and we tried to speed up a little bit so we could get into showmanship, because I know there's a long day ahead. But I really think these kids deserve a great round of applause for coming out and putting their best foot forward, bringing out these fantastic females. Again, I'm sorry that Donnie didn't get to do it, but I've had a great time, so I appreciate that. We'll go out here, and I won't keep you any longer, but again, thank you very much for the opportunity. We'll go out and select our top 5. Congratulations to all these young people, and the ones that didn't make it out here. Again, just keep working at it. There's a lot of quality in all these animals, so congratulations.
The conclusion of our commercial ewe lamb show, our grand champion overall goes to Caden Dare, Indiana. Our reserve grand champion overall goes to Landry Sutton, Indiana. Our third overall goes to Kayla Pittman, Michigan. Fourth overall goes to Carson Norup, Ohio. And our fifth overall commercial ewe lamb goes to J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. We will put everyone on notice on the showmanship divisions. We will start with the junior and intermediate shows at the same time, and we're going to make that 1 hour call at this time. We will start the showmanship division at 4:50. We will be showing the junior division on the south end of the ring and the intermediate on the north end of the ring, and we will start at 4:50. Market lamb exhibitors, your classes have been posted in the hall for both Saturday and Sunday's shows. Those classes are posted in the hall for both Saturday and Sunday market lamb classes. We will resume in the ring at 4:50 with showmanship, starting with junior and intermediate showmanship.